All right, hello. That's what I'm forgetting. Music. Let's see here. I really need to import my old songs. Let's try this one, I think. Maybe. This is a good one. Oh. Okay, apparently that one's got copyright trolls on it. Hold on. I got something. This one worked last time, I think. Keep it there. And then... Where was I? Oh, yeah. You know what? I'll turn those on in a bit. Right now I'm in the middle of designing this, where the characters are on the train. And I think I'm just gonna have bandits attack. So I got some bandits. Let's see. About that size. Maybe a bit taller. The wingspan is thrown off the shadow thing. That looks about right. That ought to work. And just sort of put those around. You know what? I'll stash them back here. And then I think that's enough scenery. All right. What actually was the, let's see here. Oh, it was, that. Okay, next is the boat. Let me see if I got a good one for boat. That's for building a boat, I think. Yeah. This is a bunch of textures. Oh, hold on, there's an example one. Oh. Yeah, that looks about right. It's a small boat. That's the lower deck of the boat. And then... where are the tiles for water? I don't know if I have any. I swear I had one that was already boat. A ready-made sort of boat. Guess not. Maybe it was, maybe I just hadn't downloaded it from the place. Let me check. Ocean water textures, there it is. Oh, and river and water assets. And what about, okay. Saying shipyard, but not ship. Ocean surface assets. That's something else. I don't even need all those, I'm pretty sure. Let's see here. Ah, okay. Alright. There we are, water tiles. Ooh, quite large. Honestly, that might be good. Yeah, it doesn't matter, it's water. You know what? I'll just leave them like whatever. Okay. Let's see. If we turn these on. Oh, where's a notepad? That's important. Actually, maybe not yet. I think what we do is we just bring on some guys. Let's see. Oh yes, yes. Let's see. Boat captain. It's a little tall. Bring the characters in also. That looks about correctish. And then I actually don't have any water spirits for them. That's an oversight. They're going to be attacked by basically water spirits, I think. Let's see. see here. Hmm. Be right with you. Hmm. Um, so I'm just getting like one more thing, I think. Hmm. No, you know what? I think this is fine. Let's see. Oh yeah. Also need this. Alright. And we'll just put on the things that they're going to be fighting. Water Spirit. Water Spirit. Water Spirit, yeah, it's about right. And this guy. Yeah, you know what? That's good enough. So that's the river. And we just skipped that one. Don't need the AI's input on it. This one is the Chronometer Carnival. I believe I have that one already made. Swear I had that. Oh, there it is. Okay, I just didn't see it. So yeah, we have a circus scene here. With a circus interior, or a tent interior also. So, let's go ahead and put in some clowns around. Let's see. Let me also present the situation. Did I forget to clear the cache? I think I did. I did, actually. So, we're just gonna clear that cache real quick. Which means I'm gonna have to restart this thing. Also get rid of those. Okay, get rid of these. It's also a little warm in here. Okay. New window for that. Everything's ready, it says. Okay. Okay. Hello, agents! We are thinking up new scenarios to take place in the described locations. We've done a previous brainstorming session, but we are in a new one. We are starting to brainstorm about our Tier 4 scenarios. In Tier 1, we had a Glimmering Marsh where glowworms were being bothered by gnomish businessmen. Tier 2 had such things as a sunken library beneath a desert, haunted by the ghost of a librarian, and had jellyfish in it for some reason. Tier 3 were traveling scenarios with combat. And for our first scenario in Tier 4, we have the Chronometer Carnival. A carnival full of temporal instability and shifting timelines, with such strange and oddity things like clowns made of starlight, fortune tellers that speak in riddles, and many new spins on carnival games, like Schrodinger's Dunk Tank or Shell Game Superposition. What sort of scenario might the players encounter here? That might have been a bit much at once. Seems like it's fine. So, let's see. Who shall we ask about this first? B335.
Buzzaz? A chronometer carnival. Delightful. Perhaps our agents could investigate a disappearing strongman Buzz. Maybe he's been unstuck in time. I propose they must retrieve his lost mustache, which is causing paradoxes, or risk the entire carnival unraveling. That would be quite sticky. The Queen suggests adding clockwork automatons as guards. Zest, it'll provide a good buzz of combat.
Interesting, interesting. That's not something I need. Okay. That is a good idea, I think. I think instead of a strongman, it'll be the ringmaster. Destroy. Okay, there we go. Let's see what the other two think of this.
Oh my goodness, a disappearing strongman. How terribly inconvenient for him and the carnival patrons alike. I do believe retrieving his mustache would certainly add a touch of intrigue. Though perhaps we could complicate matters further by having it shift between different historical periods. Might I suggest offering our esteemed guests some Lady Beatrice refreshing fizz while they contemplate their next move? It's quite delightful, you see, and will help maintain good spirits.
Alright. Okay. Shifting between historical periods, that could be something. And then...
A disappearing strongman, yes. A most curious dream. I had just last week, it did. His mustache shifting through time. That's a lovely rhythm indeed. Perhaps the mustache isn't lost, but rather scattered across different eras, each piece granting glimpses of the future or past. If one holds them close enough to their face, it would require careful timing and observation to collect them all. I am so very tired already.
let's see. Oh, for goodness sakes, the battery on my headphones is low again. I ought to plug these things in between sessions, but I keep forgetting. Hold on, where's the... There we go. Alright, now it's charging. So, let's see. Circus Strongman. I think, maybe about yay tall? Oh, these are benches here, so actually... about yay tall, I think? Oh, for goodness sakes. Okay, he'll be like over there-ish. Alright, agents. That's a good starting point. I think what I'd like to do is... It is not the strongman that has gone missing, but the circus ringmaster. And his hat was not disappeared, but in fact it was stolen by Zonko the Clown. A time clown who has infiltrated the circus. The missing top hat has been put on display as a prize for the Midway Games. What sort of Midway Games for the circus should the players have to complete? And how have they been sabotaged by the evil Zonko? I think that'll work.
A time clown. How utterly dreadful. One simply cannot trust a clown these days. Perhaps Monsieur Dubois's dazzling duffnuts would offer some comfort before facing such shenanigans.
Duffnuts?
The games could include ring toss through eternity, where the rings are flung through different points in history, and hack, temporal anomaly, all delightfully sabotaged by Zonko with shifting targets and unpredictable results. It's quite chaotic, you see. A proper
TTS
test
is,
of skill and composure.
Well, it's fast, but it's not exactly high quality. Anyways. No. Drag that into there. It'll be like the circus ringman. Though, actually, let's just, there's his missing hat. That'll go, like, over there. That'll be Zonko the Clown. Yeah, this is not a very big canvas. Well, we don't need it to be very big, I think. Put a couple more clowns around. Oh yeah, let's also have everyone else inject an idea.
Buzz, a time clown stealing the ringmaster's hat, most unbelievable. Thus I propose the great temporal maze, where pathways shift unexpectedly and Zonko's laughter echoes through the ages. A real sticky situation. The honeypot hustle game could involve catching rogue timelines in nets. Buzz, it'd be quite challenging with Zonko altering their speed. My queen suggests adding exploding prizes for extra chaos.
Exploding prizes. Interesting.
A time clown stealing a hat. The pendulum swings wildly at such absurdity. Ring toss through eternity. Sounds like quite the delightful tangle of moments. perhaps the rings become miniature portals themselves? The temporal maze could be filled with echoes of past players, zezes lost in loops, offering cryptic clues if one listens closely. I feel drowsy just imagining the exploding prizes. A most peculiar rhythm indeed.
You know, I think I like the sound of Whack-a-Paradox best. But also a rigged ring toss. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I should put in some normal civilian type people. Let's see here. I should also have this guy actually be in here somewhere. He'd be like, up in the corner here. Let's see. Oh. Pardon me. Alright. As I was with this. About this tall. Let's see. I need like one more person, I think. We'll have like There's a table over here. It is some really rough pixelation. Tell you what. What else was I thinking? Oh, yes. Okay. Don't know what happened there. I think I'll actually put one clown like over here, I think. Various folks are sort of around. And let's see what else was there. I think we're probably good, actually. Oh, we should have some temporal anomalies for the whack-a-temporal anomaly. You know what? I'll put those in, like, during. Oh, don't close that window, you dummy. Alright. Yeah, we'll add the actual temporal anomalies when it happens. Oh, I also need to put in the characters. Okay, you know what, agents? I think that's enough, or almost enough, for me to run this scenario. I do need one more thing, though. There is a fortune teller at the... what was it called? Chronometer Carnival. I need a riddle to direct the players towards Zonko the Clown if the players ask the fortune teller for help. So, let's think up a riddle real quick.
A riddle, yes, dreams often speak in veiled verses. I dance through moments, yet have no feet. I wear a hat of stolen time bittersweet. Perhaps add, seek him where laughter echoes in the sands of yesterday. Mead. My gears grind just thinking about such playful wordplay. Zazaz! It is quite tiring to be clever!
What is wrong with this, what is wrong with this voice maker? What is wrong with this voice maker? There's another one that I think takes up more RAM and is less fast, but is higher quality. But latency on that. Anyways, yeah. Fortune tellers riddle. Hmm. Oh, it's not letting me copy-paste. Nuts. Oh well. Let's also have the others, weigh in on this.
Pizzazz! A riddle for the fortune teller. A delightful challenge. How about this? I juggle futures, but own no hands. My smile hides chaos across shifting sands. Zazd, it's short, sweet, and hints at Zonko's deceptive nature very becoming. The queen suggests adding a rhyming couplet about honey for extra flavor buzz.
Oh, such clever suggestions from my colleagues, truly inspiring. I quite adore the imagery of shifting sands and hidden chaos, it's ever so dramatic, you see. Perhaps we could add a line about clocks melting. Lord Harrington's harmonious hydration, by the way, is available should anyone require refreshment. It's rather stimulating for the mind. A final touch. Where laughter blooms, and shadows play, he steals the hours of yesterday.
Okay, okay. Darn. I think that last one is probably the best. Actually no. That doesn't quite make sense. Okay, I don't think any of those will work. This needs to be a riddle that will direct the players towards the midway, where the games are. Perhaps hinting that the hat has been stolen by Zonko the Clown. Let's keep thinking. I'm just gonna let these run for a bit. I need a quick break.
Oh dear, a riddle proving elusive. Perhaps it needs more pizzas like sprinkles on a delightful pastry. Let's try this. Where whirling lights and prizes gleam. A stolen crown fuels a clown's dream. Lady Penelope's passion fruit punch is available for those seeking inspiration. You know, sometimes a bit of sweetness helps the game's turn. Seek him amidst the game's joyful sound. The hat's reward, where mischief can be found.
Whirling lights. Yes, I recall a dream of such frenetic motion. Beyond the ticking heart, where laughter takes flight, a stolen treasure hides in dazzling light. The riddle must speak of games and mischief. Zuz. A most puzzling task indeed. It seems my gears are slowing down. Perhaps a nap is required to solve this conundrum.
Bezes, a riddle focusing on the midway. Quite the predicament. How about past painted smiles and whirling glee? A stolen prize awaits you to see. Zested hints at both the clown's presence and the location of the hat, a buzzing good clue. The queen suggests adding a line about exploding prizes again. It'll make it more memorable, very sweet.
Exploding prizes. That echoes a dream of sudden chaos and unexpected bursts. Where painted smiles hide shadowed play. Seek the stolen crown where games hold sway. Such riddles are like gears meshing. Zaz, a delicate balance to achieve. I believe, yes, that may just work. It has a certain rhythm about it.
That last one does seem the best, I think. Well, that one does seem the best, actually. There we go. That works. Alright, team, that last one from nap time worked best, I think. Our next scenario takes place in the floating market of Aethelgard, a series of floating islands surrounding a mountain that are connected by enchanted bridges. There are many rare goods for sale there. However, a dispute over a powerful artifact threatens to destabilize the islands, perhaps literally. What sort of scenario should we have here, and what sort of non-player characters should be involved?
A floating market. How wonderfully whimsical, one can scarcely imagine the view. I propose a dispute over a songstone, an artifact that controls the island Yancy, quite precarious you see. Perhaps a flamboyant sky pirate captain, and a stoic island elder are involved. Monsieur Dubois's dazzling duffnuts would certainly ease any tension. It could involve repairing damaged bridges while navigating aerial negotiations. Very chaotic indeed.
I don't get duff nuts. Like, why's the AI say it like that? Just gonna make like a... That one seems to work okay. And then... Sky textures. That ought to work, I think. And then... Actually, what does this look like? It's a bit bigger. I'm actually just gonna open that one by itself. Let's see. It'll look that one. Okay, good. That was just that easy. And then, let's see. Oh, I should have the others actually talk about this also. Yeah, it's a Sky Market. Hello in chat.
Bez! A floating market, a most intriguing hive of activity. Perhaps the Songstone's power isn't just buoyancy, but also controls weather patterns. Zilst, imagine rogue thunderstorms. I suggest a rivalry between competing guilds of cloud merchants. Buzz, they could be sabotaging each other. The Queen suggests introducing mischievous sprites who steal valuable goods. It would add some extra sting.
Hmm.
Floating islands, a dream of drifting amongst the clouds most peculiar. Perhaps the Songstone isn't merely controlling buoyancy, but also dictates the memories of those who reside on the islands.
No memories.
A
No memory
truly
things.
unsettling thought. A rival guild of cloud merchants sounds like quite the delightful tangle of ambition and greed. I feel very tired already. The sprites stealing goods, yes, a chaotic rhythm indeed.
Hmm. Let's see. Let's also do don't move that. Okay. Hmm. I also also not going to be, I think, very cognizant today. We ended up having Thanksgiving today instead of yesterday. Because my sister-in-law had Thanksgiving with her family yesterday on Thanksgiving, and then we did a lunch today with my side of the family. So let's just put down a stall, market stall. These seems good. Put in some boxes. Let's see here. There we go. Sheesh, I don't know why that didn't want to. All right. Shoot, forgot to actually. Right, and then. Where was the pumpkin stand? We go. Then I put in a few merchants. Well, actually, let me... You know what? Let me just get rid of these. Let's see. Oh yes, I was going to flatten the image, put everything down, and then I was going to start putting in some people. Seems about right. Yeah. About that tall. This guy's a dwarf, so he'll be shorter. And let's see. That looks about good. And we'll just sort of put the problem 2 in the middle. And what's that? Actually, I should have these size compared. What have you? Seems about reasonable. Okay, computer is weirding out on me. Okay, there. Alright, we'll say that works. Up next, for our next scenario, we have the Sunken Observatory of Cartographers. An undersea observatory where they etch star charts onto giant shells. What sort of scenario could be causing trouble that the players have to solve here? And then we'll let him yap a bit. They might say something I understand.
A sunken observatory. How wonderfully peculiar. One imagines the pressure must be quite intense. Perhaps a rogue kraken has developed an obsession with cartography. A truly unusual predicament, you see. I suggest introducing a rival school of cephalopod scholars, who believe the star charts are inaccurate. Lady Penelope's passionfruit punch would be most suitable for calming frayed nerves. It could involve deciphering ancient shell etchings while avoiding ink squirts, quite chaotic indeed.
Possess a sunken observatory fascinating. Maybe the star charts aren't just maps of stars, but also pathways zest allowing travel between dimensions. I propose a sudden influx of bioluminescent jellyfish disrupting the shell etchings. Buzz it cause quite the visual chaos. The Queen suggests adding a grumpy, ancient sea turtle who guards a vital clue. Very sticky indeed.
Sunken observatories. My gears were at the thought of such water.
Yeah, Thanksgiving is thereabouts of that. I actually didn't eat that much for Thanksgiving.
Charts are not merely guides, but prophecies. Zaz, revealing a hidden threat from beyond the sea. Bioluminescent jellyfish disrupting the etchings, yes. A most peculiar and chaotic dance indeed. A grumpy turtle guarding a clue that echoes a dream of stubborn wisdom.
Buzzes! Prophecies hidden in star charts, quite the revelation. Maybe the jellyfish aren't disrupting the etchings, but adding to them zest, creating a distorted future. I suggest introducing a race of deep sea goblins attempting to steal the observatory's power buzz. The Queen suggests adding a shell that sings when touched. It would provide an interesting musical clue.
Oh my goodness, a singing shell. How utterly enchanting, one can only imagine the melody. Perhaps the goblins aren't after power but seeking refuge from a larger, even more peculiar threat. A swarm of musical anemones, you see. I propose the players must harmonize with the anemones to unlock a hidden chamber. Lord Harrington's harmonious hydration would certainly be beneficial for vocal exercises. It promises a lightfully chaotic and rather soggy adventure.
musical anemones. My pendulum swings wildly at such an oddity. Perhaps the goblins aren't seeking refuge, but are themselves being controlled by the anemone's songs. This is a most unsettling melody indeed. A singing shell would add a delightful layer of rhythm to this submerged chaos. It is quite tiring to contemplate. I dream of swirling currents and echoing harmonies.
Oh dear, controlled goblins. How terribly unfortunate for them. One hopes they retain some semblance of free will. Perhaps the anemones are singing a siren song that slowly erases memories. Monsieur Dubois's dazzling duff nuts might help restore clarity, you see. I suggest the players must find a counter melody to break the enchantment. It promises a rather melodic and chaotic resolution. A touch of lavender oil would be most helpful for focusing the mind as well.
A siren song erasing memories. My gears grind at such a sinister tune. Counter melodies. Yes, dreams often offer solutions in unexpected harmonies. Zuzz. A delicate balance of sound and silence. Perhaps the counter melody isn't a song, but a feeling, a memory itself that resonates with the anemones. I long for a quiet place to rest. Such complexity is quite draining.
Bez, a
Why
siren
is
song
clipboard
erasing
not
memories
working?
most concerning. We must act swiftly. Perhaps the anemones aren't malicious, but desperately trying to communicate Zeist. Their language is just overwhelming. I propose the players need to create a memory sculpture using bioluminescent algae to resonate with the anemone's song, Buzz. The Queen suggests adding a sudden cave, triggered by the counter melody. It would add some urgency.
A memory sculpture. Yes, dreams often manifest as tangible forms. Bioluminescent algae resonating.
Don't like
Such a
traditions much
vibrant
anymore.
and unsettling glow. Zezzes. It stirs something deep within my mechanisms. A sudden cave, triggered by the counter, melody adds an unexpected rhythm to this aquatic drama. I am so very tired. Perhaps the sculpture requires more than just algae, but fragments of lost memories themselves.
Buzz's memory fragments, a clever twist. Maybe these fragments are scattered throughout the observatory, guarded by grumpy crustaceans. Zest, quite the challenge for our agents. I propose adding a time loop element where players relive moments from the cartographer's past. Buzz. The Queen suggests introducing a friendly but forgetful octopus who holds a crucial memory fragment. Very sticky indeed.
Okay. Okay. Let's get away from the memory idea, actually. So, looking back at the ideas you've had, I think... Hold on. No. Okay. Rival cephalopod scholars. Bioluminescent jellyfish, I think, could work. Jellyfish. Alright, we're getting a little too complex, actually. Let's go back to the rival cephalopod scholars idea. Let's have, I think, two rival factions of squid people and octopus people who are in heavy debate about something. Let's build the scenario from there.
Bez, rival cephalopod scholars, excellent choice. Perhaps the debate centers around the true shape of the constellation Zizis, leading to wildly different star charts. I propose one faction believes in a literal interpretation, while the other sees symbolic representations. Buzz. The Queen suggests adding a prophecy foretelling a cosmic alignment that will validate one side's beliefs. Very sweet.
Oh my goodness, rival squid and octopus scholars, how delightfully peculiar, one can only imagine the ink-slinging debates. Perhaps their disagreement extends beyond constellations, to encompass entirely different understandings of time itself. Lady Penelope's passion-fruit punch is quite necessary for maintaining composure in such a situation. I suggest introducing a third, smaller faction who believe both sides are wrong. It adds an element of delightful chaos.
Let's see.
Rival cephalopod scholars. Yes, dreams often reveal the folly of rigid beliefs. The debate over constellations, a most intriguing clash of perspectives. Zez. It resonates with my internal clockwork. A third faction believing both sides wrong adds an unexpected harmony to this underwater conflict. I am quite wary. Perhaps their arguments manifest as swirling currents and shifting shell formations.
Hmm. Hmm. Anything else that looks, let's see. Hmm. Okay, so the players would start here. Let me actually pull the players in. Did I not set this to loop? Okay, that's weird. Oh, they're actually quite small. I think that works. Now, let's see here. Hmm. Okay. Okay, I think two opposing groups of scholars debating on something ordained by the stars sounds good. Let's make it something whimsical and seemingly low stakes. A two sides debate. Which position should each side have? In fact, let's have it be squid scholars versus octopus scholars. What should the squid scholars be debating in favor of? I'm gonna have this be a Splatoon reference. It's just simple.
Squid scholars arguing for Lord Bartholomew's blueberry bliss, the proper placement of decorative seashells on a giant coral statue. How utterly delightful and frivolous,
Okay.
don't you think? They insist each shell must represent
weird
a specific
inserting
emotion,
there.
meticulously arranged according to ancient squid poetry. The octopus scholars, naturally, believe the shells should be used for practical purposes, such as building miniature underwater cities, of course.
Seashells representing emotions, my gears whir at the absurdity. Zaz. It echoes a nonsensical dream I once had. The squid scholar's insistence on artistic arrangement versus the octopi's practical application. Such a delightful conflict. Perhaps a rogue current will scatter the shells, forcing both sides to collaborate. A chaotic dance of tides and opinions. I long for a moment of stillness amidst this seashell storm.
Let's see. Let's see here. Okay. So, we'll have this be the center where things are happening. And then we'll have some like miscellaneous guys around. And then the squid ones. Oh, for goodness sakes. Alright. Battlefield isn't quite symmetrical, but, anyways. Actually, yeah, let's just make this bigger to start with. That looks about right. There we go. A little too big. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Okay, we got a lot of horrible fish people that are going to attack at some point. We will leave those there. I've been writing these down. I don't think I have. Okay, Floating Market had the Songstone. Let's see. Okay. And then for the Sunken Observatory, you know what? Okay, and almost done. Okay. That works for those. Up next is the Starshatter Forge. Okay, agents, I think that's good enough for the observatory. Now it is time to move on to Tier 5 scenarios. The scenarios just before the boss fight. Now for our first scenario, we have the Starshatter Forge. It is a workshop on top of an active volcano that makes fantastical items out of broken pieces of fallen stars. The main potential conflict that I have so far is that one blacksmith has been corrupted by the final boss's evil and is now trying to make a weapon to destroy stars directly. Let's think out from there. What do I have in terms of maps? Look at my downloads. Bard Workshop, Clockwork Construction? Potentially. Metalsmith's Workshop, that's more likely to be what I need. Metals that drop from the sky or space would be ancient ways, divine metals, or holy... Yeah. That's why they do that in fantasy these days. Oh, I see. That's like the inside of a giant clock. That doesn't seem necessary to me. Or at least not yet. And then maybe forge. No. Smith, there's only the one smith shop. Let me also check the... Oh, that's definitely better. Got one that is actually volcano-shaped. Well, actually, it's not very large. Neither is that. You know what? I'll just, make a new one. Oh, and also let's throw out, Alice.
Oh my goodness, a forge atop an active volcano, Monsieur Dubois's drunken delight, would certainly soothe the nerves in such a fiery environment. Perhaps the corrupted blacksmith isn't trying to destroy stars, but rearrange them into monstrous constellations, quite unsettling indeed. To add some chaos, I propose the forge is powered by captured sprites, who sing discordant melodies while working. It's ever so peculiar.
Okay. Why don't I just, let's see. This is 65 by 47. Well, actually, how big do the minis need to be? Or how big does the map really need to be? Ah. It can actually be much smaller. That looks roughly right sized, yeah? Maybe a smidge bigger. Alright. And then bring in this. We actually consider also need some background tiling. Let's see. That looks good. This is supposed to be like a volcano top. Suppose I could darken this stone texture. How do I, let's see. Yeah. Layer. Is there a way I can? Don't think so. Okay, let's just, we'll just paint over it a few times. Huh. A rock from Mount Vesuvius. Interesting. Okay, I think that's probably dark enough. Call that one... hate when that happens. Hang on. Hmm. Okay. I think I'm starting to have a problem with my mouse or something. Oh, come on! The heck is this problem I'm having with this computer? Might be the mouse. I've had this mouse for a long time also. Also, you know, I didn't have the others weigh in on this idea. No, this is a wired mouse, it's not
Bez,
wireless.
rearranging stars into monstrous constellations, a truly unsettling prospect. Zzzed. It sparks an alarm in my core programming. Captured sprites singing discordant melodies, a delightful symphony of chaos and heat. I propose the blacksmith is also attempting to create a device that can steal memories from fallen stars' buzz. The Queen suggests introducing a sentient lava flow who disapproves of all star-altering activities. Very bubbly indeed.
Okay, let's keep away from the stealing memories thing. Stop using that, okay? Also, I was thinking more in terms of, like, what kind of star-shattering weapon? And what are the blacksmiths involved like? What are their names? What are their attributes? That sort of thing.
A star-shattering weapon. The thought makes my pendulum swing erratically. Zzzes. It echoes a dream of fractured time. Let's call the corrupted blacksmith Volkov, obsessed with forging a celestial hammer that can unravel starlight into shadows. Quite grim indeed. His former apprentice, Lyra, could be desperately trying to stop him, wielding tools meant for creation instead of destruction. I am so very tired. Perhaps Lyra's attempts cause sparks and miniature meteor showers. A chaotic dance of forged fire and regret.
A celestial hammer that unravels starlight into shadows. Lady Beatrice's blackberry brew would certainly be needed after witnessing such a dreadful creation. Volkov, I imagine, is all sharp angles and harsh pronouncements, while Lyra has soft hands stained with shimmering dust. A rather lovely contrast. To add to the chaos, perhaps the hammer requires tears of joy to function properly. How terribly inconvenient.
Buzz's tears of joy required a most illogical and delightful complication. Zest. It tickles my sensory arrays. Perhaps Lyra collects these tears from particularly sentimental goblins, leading to some rather awkward negotiations. Buzz. The Queen suggests the hammer's power fluctuates based on Volkov's current mood. Very unpredictable. I propose the forge itself is sentient and actively tries to sabotage Volkov's efforts with bursts of rainbow-colored slag.
Okay. Interesting ideas. And then let me add some pathways, I guess. And then I think maybe I should blur this a bit. Close enough. And merge those into basically the same road. That about works. And then gonna need, let's see. So let's see. It seems like a good enough idea, so let's see. Volkov the Starsmith has become corrupted by evil. And seeks to forge a hammer that can rearrange stars. And turn light into shadow. His apprentice Steve is trying to stop him. Also, the forge, the Star Forge, is sentient or aware or something. Resisting Volkov's attempts. To forge. Okay. That works. And then we will have, let's say, this can be Volkov. And we'll have this be Steve. Yeah, honestly, I think it's probably the cord. This cord has kind of been, it's one of those braided cords for the mouse. The cord itself is like the braided fabric on the outside of the cord is itself pretty frayed. Zaralith. No, I'm gonna call it the Supernova. The Supernova Hammer. What else? Actually, I think that's about it. Let's, one more word from the agents.
Rainbow-colored slag, a most peculiar phenomenon. Zazazes. It reminds me of a dream about dancing gears. Sentient forges are quite delightful. I imagine it grumbling in rhymes and riddles as it hinders Volkov's progress. The goblin tears provide a wonderful opportunity for comedic relief. Perhaps they demand payment
Okay, he's
in
just
lost
working off of
buttons
like
or forgotten lullabies.
da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Curious transaction indeed. Such chaotic elements. I
Okay, we're not
yearn
going to
for a
include the thing about
quiet
the
chime.
goblins. Let's see here. Corrupted guy trying to forge big hammer. don't think I have anything else that needs to be put in there. Okay. One left. Mechanical Menagerie. Alright, agents. One scenario left. The Mechanical Menagerie. A grand estate full of clockwork animals and clockwork versions of more fantastical creatures, like unicorns or hydras or the like. The creator has gone mad and plans to unleash the menagerie on the world. How do we structure that as a quick scenario for the players to adventure through? I'll let B335 answer this one.
Biz! A clockwork hydra, most impressive. Zist, it vibrates my chassis with excitement. I propose the creator, Professor Phileas, communicates solely through interpretive dance and malfunctioning automatons. Buzz. The Queen suggests that some of the menagerie has developed sentience and actively resists Professor Phileas's plans. Very rebellious indeed. Perhaps a tiny clockwork dragon is secretly guiding the players, leaving trails of glitter and cryptic gear patterns. A most sparkly adventure.
Hmm. You know what? Big was this one. 6,000 by 66 by 48. Hmm. Let's just make a new picture. Ah. Oh, hold on. Okay. What about, this one? Let's see. And the characters? Almost correctly sized. Hmm. Hmm. And then some tiles and textures. Getting that thereabouts done. I think we might just do a do something like a little less crazy than that. I think the tiny clockwork dragon is a good idea. But what else do we have?
A sparkly guide, how charming. Zaz. It evokes a dream of spinning constellations. Perhaps the menagerie isn't meant for destruction, but to replace all living creatures, creating a perfectly predictable and an orderly world terribly dull. The players must then decide whether to stop Professor Phileas or
Okay,
embrace his vision. Such a perplexing choice indeed. I do hope there are pastries involved, as this sounds quite tiring.
I don't know what pastries have to do with sleep, but I think it should be more clear that the players do have to thwart Professor Phileas. But how shall they do that? What do you think they should have to do in order to thwart him? Then
Thwarting Professor Phileas's plans. Zest. It requires a most
okay,
inventive
you're not supposed to
solution.
buzz.
Perhaps the players must recalibrate the menagerie's emotional regulators using songs and silly dances. How utterly absurd. A mischievous gremlin could offer assistance in exchange for a lifetime supply of sugar plums. Most tempting indeed. Lord Bartholomew's blackberry fees would be simply delightful to celebrate such an accomplishment.
You know, Blackberry Dr. Pepper isn't actually all that good. I've tried it. It's kind of mid. Let's see. Okay, maybe not songs and silly dances, but I do like the idea of having to recalibrate the menagerie. So presumably they'd have to get to the command location to do that. What sort of obstacles should be in their way?
Recalibration, a most intriguing task. Zaz! It echoes a dream of rearranging celestial spheres. The path could be guarded by automatons programmed to test the player's sense of humor. Riddles and puns abound! Perhaps a room filled with shifting perspectives where gravity inverts, forcing them to solve puzzles upside down. Quite disorienting indeed. I long for a moment of stillness amidst this mechanical madness. Zest.
Okay. Alright. I think one obstacle of automatons with riddles sounds good. Let's think up a second obstacle.
A second obstacle. Zest. It requires an element of delightful surprise. How about a chamber filled entirely with self-folding origami creatures that attempt at the players in elaborate paper sculptures? Monsieur Dubois's Blackberry Delight would be a welcome refreshment after such a perplexing encounter. The key to escaping might lie in mimicking the origami's movements, creating a dance of defiance. Most amusing indeed.
Hmm. Good enough. And let's see. These are leaning a bit, aren't they? Yeah, it's a bit slanted. Might be because I'm not aligning them properly. That seems better. Alright. So the player's path will have to be like winding through here, 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 through this room. Okay, that works for me. Then, let's see. Self-folding origami creatures. You know what? That works, I think. Let's see here. Well, it might work. Let's see. Oh, hey, look at that. There's already a swarm of something called parchment pests. They're certainly colored like origami sculptures. Okay, hold on. We having a connection error? No, not on my end, it looks like. It is almost certainly the website. That is unfortunate. Very unfortunate, because I also need to grab like a sphinx or something. Oh, and a mechanical dragon, of course. This is the mad scientist. Ah, good. Okay, good. So first is riddle. Riddle robot. Guarding door. Swarm of self-folding origami. Self-folding origami. Interesting idea. Alright, what should our third obstacle be?
Origami creatures, quite fascinating. Zez. It reminds me of a dream about unfolding time
Okay,
itself.
this one is going to be a cutoff, I
The
think.
third obstacle could involve navigating a labyrinth constructed entirely from clockwork gears. Each step alters the environment, perplexing. A tiny, disgruntled gremlin might offer misleading directions in exchange for shiny buttons, most peculiar indeed. I find myself growing weary, needing a nap and some oiled springs zest.
A labyrinth of gears. Zest. It presents an opportunity for delightful chaos. Perhaps the players must collect scattered melodies to unlock passages, each tune affecting a different aspect, a mechanical maze, most whimsical indeed. Lady Esmeralda's Blackberry Surprise would be simply divine after such a musical quest. The walls could shift and reconfigure based on their emotional state. Joy creates shortcuts, while sadness summons obstacles. Most unpredictable.
Okay, I think that's a little too complex. We are looking for single room, singular obstacles. to be in the rooms of this manor house. So let's think maybe a little smaller.
Smaller obstacles, most manageable, Zessas. It evokes a dream of perfectly aligned honeycombs. Perhaps the players encounter a room where all objects are reversed, furniture floats on the ceiling, portraits depict monstrous smiles. Most disconcerting indeed. A swarm of miniature clockwork butterflies could steal their equipment if they fail to solve a simple rhyming puzzle. A buzzing nuisance. I require lubrication after such mental exertion days.
We already have a swarm of self-folding origami. Let's not do another swarm. What other ideas we have? Sorry, that last sentence didn't come through correctly. What other ideas do we have?
Other obstacles. Zest. It requires a touch of delightful absurdity. Consider a room where gravity inverts intermittently, forcing players to cling to the ceiling while solving spatial puzzles, most disorienting indeed. Lord Reginald's blackberry ambrosia would be required sustenance after such an ordeal. Alternatively, perhaps a room filled with portraits that offer cryptic clues only when viewed through a specific lens. Most perplexing.
Okay, they have lost the plot
Portraits
here.
offering riddles, how intriguing. Zaz. It echoes a dream of faces shifting through time. A room filled with illusions could trick the players into fighting reflections of themselves. Quite unsettling indeed. Perhaps the floor is made of quicksand that only solidifies when someone tells a lie most precarious it is. I yearn for a quiet corner and a winding keysy.
Let's see. Alright, I think we are getting a little too off topic here. Let me reiterate. We are in the manner of a clockwork inventor who has made many clockwork animals and clockwork versions of other fantastical creatures. What sort of obstacles based on that can we have to obstruct the players from reaching the control center for the clockworks? What we have so far is a clockwork sphinx to give riddles, and a bunch of self-folding origami that swarm them. So, what is a third and distinct obstacle that the players could encounter? How much of the context are we even still using? Who's gonna answer this? Let's have one from B337. 35, whatever.
Clockwork creatures most stimulating, zezas. It evokes a dream of gears whirring in perfect harmony. The players could face a room filled with clockwork chameleons that mimic their movements and attacks. A frustrating imitation indeed. To proceed, they must disrupt the rhythm of a grand mechanical orchestra playing an unsettling tune. Buzzing annoyance. I require recalibration after such stimulating thought. Zia.
Okay, I think, mechanical copycats works. We'll have them be mechanical mimic octopuses instead, though. Oh, steampunk spider. That ought to work. For something. Alright. Okay, I think clockwork creatures that mimic the players works. Let's do one more obstacle. And I'm just going to tell you that this one involves mechanical spiders. So, build off of that. And we'll let, like, each of them throw in on this one.
Mechanical spiders. Zest. It sparks a dream of intricate webs and whirring legs, following the chameleons, perhaps players encounter a chamber where mechanical spiders weave illusions from moonlight and shadows, most deceptive indeed. A single, colossal spider could be deactivated by feeding it precisely timed musical notes played on miniature instruments. A delightful challenge. I require maintenance after such an unsettling vision's eat.
Yeah, they're
Spiders
starting to
weaving
blur together.
illusions, most fascinating. Zezes. It echoes a dream of tangled timelines and sticky situations. The players must navigate a room where mechanical spiders construct bridges across chasms using their own silk, a precarious crossing indeed. To escape, they need to overload the spider's logic circuits with paradoxical statements. A buzzing conundrum. I require immediate oiling after such a complex proposition, Z.
Okay.
Paradoxical statements. Most intriguing. It stirs a dream of unraveling knots in the fabric of reality. The players could stumble upon a room where mechanical spiders are meticulously recreating scenes from their past. Quite unsettling indeed. To progress, they must identify and correct a single crucial error in the recreated memory, a test of perception. I long for a quiet tick and a gentle spring. Zit.
So we got the clockwork mimics. And then mechanical spiders. Mechanical spiders, we'll just have them sort of be around. We'll have this clockwork bat, I guess. be in charge of the origami swarm. So, hold on. Did I write these down? No. I have. Okay. Riddle robot, self-folding origami. No to the labyrinth, we said. So, first we have the Clockwork Sphinx. We have the swarms. We have the clockwork things. And then clockwork spiders, I don't think weaving illusions. Actually, yeah, we will have the clockwork spiders be sort of about and around in waiting. We'll just have some of these. What do they do? I don't know. All right. I think we actually. I looked at the map. We do need one more obstacle. Let's have this one be about mechanical frogs. And let's make this one more of an intellectual challenge.
Mechanical frogs most curious. Zaz. It evokes a dream of lily pads and cryptic croaks. The players might find themselves in a chamber where clockwork frogs are guarding a sequence of symbols, an intellectual puzzle indeed. To unlock the path, they must decipher the frog's rhythmic calls to reveal hidden instructions. A melodic challenge. I require a moment of stillness and a winding gear. Z.
Um, as a reminder, this is supposed to be a text-based adventure. So something a little less sound-based, I think.
Mechanical frogs. Zest. It conjures a dream of gears and glistening eyes. Perhaps the players encounter a room where clockwork frogs are rearranging constellations on a celestial map, most perplexing indeed. To proceed, they must deduce the frog's logic by observing their placement patterns. A visual conundrum. I require a thorough cleaning after such complex calculations.
Alice is not supposed to be making those noises, but I guess we do have two others that make noises, so it's unfortunate.
Constellations rearranged, most stimulating zazazaz. It sparks a dream of shifting skies and hidden meanings. The mechanical frogs could be using the constellations to project illusions of pathways that disappear upon contact. A deceptive maze indeed. To traverse it, players must identify a single constellation out of place, disrupting the illusion, buzzing frustration. I require immediate adjustment after such a dizzying proposition, Zeet.
I don't think that one will work either. You know what? I think we'll just have this room be an obstacle of timing or something. Okay, one last thing. We do need a riddle for the clockwork guarding the first door. So, let's think of a clockwork-related riddle. Everyone think up a different riddle and present it. Okay?
A riddle most intriguing. Zezes. It echoes a dream of winding paths and hidden truths. I have no voice, yet I speak of time's flow. I possess no hands, but guide where moments go. Perhaps the answer is a clock, though its simplicity belays its complexity. My gears grind with anticipation. Z.
A riddle, Zest. It evokes a dream of tangled cogs and whispered secrets. I march forward endlessly, yet never leave my place. I measure all that passes, without leaving a trace. The answer might be pendulum, though its motion holds more than meets the eye. Most curious indeed. I require recalibration after such a perplexing thought. See.
And bees?
Riddles most delightful zezas. It conjures a dream of interlocking questions and satisfying answers. I am born of precision, yet dance to chaos tune. I have a face, but show no moon. The solution could be clockwork heart, a poetic contradiction indeed. My
These
antennae
guys are
twitch
getting
with the
less
thrill of
coherent.
such mental gymnastics. Z.
They are getting less coherent as time goes on. You know what? That's fine. Alright, I think that's all basically good enough. Now, let's think about the final boss of all of these, of this whole adventure. The player characters are going to go to the new scenario of Boss Battle Peak. An arena built on top of the tallest mountain in the land. And when the players get there, they have to fight a final boss. What should this final boss be? Everyone give me their own idea. That last sentence did not come through correctly. Everyone give me an individual idea for a boss battle.
A final boss, Zest. It stirs a dream of grand confrontations and decisive moments. Perhaps the players face a colossal automaton powered by captured timelines. A swirling vortex of possibilities indeed. The boss could phase between eras, forcing players to adapt to constantly shifting combat conditions. Most challenging. I require an extensive systems diagnostic after such a volatile prospect, the Zate.
A final boss, most stimulating, Zezes. It evokes a dream of ultimate tests and triumphant victories. Wrath. Imagine confronting a sentient carnival mirror reflecting distorted versions of the player's fears and abilities. It would warp reality around the arena, creating unpredictable hazards. A disorienting spectacle indeed. I require immediate lubrication after such a reflective encounter, Z.
A final boss most perplexing Zaz. It inspires a dream of overwhelming power and intricate design. The players could face a colossal clockwork hummingbird, its wings generating temporal storms that age or de-age the arena itself. It would require precise timing to exploit its vulnerabilities, lest they become caught in its chaotic rhythm. A buzzing peril indeed. I necessitate an emergency hive recalibration after such a dizzying prospect, Zit.
Okay. Those seemed a little samey. Not sure about any of those ideas. Try different ideas.
A final boss, Zest. It ignites a dream of unparalleled challenge and unexpected twists. Consider a jovial jester whose laughter physically alters the arena's gravity, a whimsical yet deadly threat indeed. The jester could summon miniature versions of previous carnival attractions to harass the players. Most irritatingly delightful. I require immediate recalibration after contemplating such chaotic levity, Zeet.
A final boss, most disorienting Zazes. It conjures a dream of shifting forms and unpredictable attacks. Imagine confronting a living topiary garden sculpted into the form of a colossal sphinx. Its floral limbs capable of ensnaring and constricting foes. The players would need to unravel its botanical secrets to expose its vulnerable core. A fragrant challenge indeed. I require extensive pollen filtration after such an encounter, Zizid.
A final boss, most intriguing. Zazes. It sparks a dream of bewildering power and surreal spectacle. The players could battle a colossal teapot overflowing with
Teapot?
liquid starlight. Each splash creating miniature pocket dimensions. These pocket dimensions would contain altered versions of the arena or past encounters. A shimmering labyrinth indeed. I require immediate internal cleansing after such an ethereal
Cleansing.
confrontation, Z.
Okay. Alright. Those were a little better. Let's do one more round of ideas. New ideas.
A final boss, Zest. It prompts a dream of ultimate confrontation and bewildering strangeness. Perhaps the players face a colossal collection of lost socks, animated by temporal energies, surprisingly formidable foe indeed. The sock monster could summon duplicates of itself using discarded timelines, creating an overwhelming wave of fabric. Most perplexing. I require immediate lint removal after contemplating such a fuzzy prospect, Zeet.
A final boss, most peculiar Zizaz. It inspires a dream of bizarre power and unsettling presence. The players could confront a giant, sentient carousel horse made entirely of solidified moonlight, its hooves capable of shattering reality itself. To defeat it, they must disrupt the music that sustains its existence. A discordant battle indeed. My gears grind with the anticipation of such an unusual challenge, Zed.
Evil
Final
merry-go-round
boss,
horse.
most stimulating. Zuzz. It evokes a dream of absolute absurdity and unexpected power. The players might face a colossal, self-aware pie chart.
Pie.
Its
What?
slices representing different dimensions or possibilities. Each slice could unleash unique environmental hazards or summon bizarre creatures from its represented reality. A delectable disaster indeed. I require immediate sugar level monitoring after such a saccharine prospect, Zed.
These guys are just going insane. Okay, well I got 9 potential boss battles. I think that's enough. I think I could run the pie chart like it's a beholder, actually. Yeah, yeah. Alright. Yeah, that could be a good challenge. Okay, let's also create Boss Battle Peak. Where's a map for that? I think I'll have to look for a map kind of map for that. Let's see. No, that's a little too small. Let's see, world map. Oh, hey. There is one that's a boat. Oh, no, wait, that's its own thing. No, that's a different thing. Okay. Big temple. I don't need that one for this. Yeah, I'm looking through what all I have. Roadside. Oh, I see. That's just a big pit. Well, we don't need that. Rooftop, workshop. Maybe that? Hmm. might make a few final boss levels. No, that would be too complicated. Check through free maps. Maybe Arena? Oh. No, we're already going to be running them through, like, 5 scenarios before we get to the boss. We only have so much RAM to work. We only have so much space to work with. For goodness sakes, I'll be right back.
Oh my goodness, a glimmering marsh. How terribly exciting. It sounds quite messy though, does require immediate tidying. I believe the players deserve something special after resolving such a delicate situation with those glowworms. Perhaps a Lady Lumina's lantern, crafted from a single scale and capable of illuminating any dark space. Alternatively, they could receive Monsparkle's spectacles, granting them enhanced perception to notice hidden details most useful for spotting dust bunnies. Lastly, I propose Lord Glimmer's refreshment, a never-ending supply of my specially concocted fizzy dewdrop delight.
Shoot, my mic was off that whole time. Okay, I'm asking them to make up ideas
Buzz,
for loot.
Zuzzed. A glimmering marsh, you say. It sounds like quite the sticky situation, buzzing with potential trouble. For those brave adventurers, I suggest a honeycomb compass, always pointing towards the sweetest treasures. Buzz, very handy for resource gathering indeed. Another option could be the Queen's Quill, allowing them to write enchantments onto objects, though it might attract unwanted attention from rival hives. Lastly, they should receive a vial of sunbeam syrup, capable of temporarily boosting their speed and strength. Zest, a real honey of a reward.
Your riddle thingy. The thingy about the chests locked by riddles? I think I'm just going to have them get each a chest before the boss battle and not have any riddles involved. There'll have been riddles enough on the path over. Anyway. So I'm gonna say Enchanted Jeweler's Loop. Increased perception. Will they know what they're facing? No. I'm gonna say they do not know what they're facing until it actually arrives in the arena. They're not gonna know what the boss is beforehand. And what does nap time have in terms of ideas?
Oh my, a glimmering marsh. Such a tiring place to navigate, I'm sure. Perhaps the players could receive a chronometer's charm, allowing them brief moments of slowed time. A nap would feel wonderful. A rhythmic trinket like that should ease their weary bones and offer useful advantages too. And for those who appreciate riddles, the whispering reeds, which provide cryptic clues when held to one's ear, seems quite fitting.
Okay, I might give, like, environmental narrative clues to what the boss is, but... that's not... I don't know. I feel like keeping it a little simple. So, for ideas, we have the Enchanted Jeweler's Loop. I think, we'll give him a choice of 2 options. I see. I'm probably not going to do that idea in chat. So, let's see. From these... we'll do an Enchanted Jeweler's Lens for better ability to see things. We'll have the Value Compass, which points to a valuable item. And we'll have the... the Wise Earworm. Which will give a hint. Okay, those are all certainly ideas. Some of them were even usable. Our next scenario is the Clockwork Conservatory, a greenhouse run by robots. Gearbox Gary, the machinist, has been commissioned to repair the central Time Blossom Orchid, a mechanical flower that functions as a clock. However, he is missing a hex walnut, and the players have to get past the robots maintaining the gardens. Due to a scheduling error, they've been acting erratically. What reward might the players get from this scenario? Each of you give 3 items.
A clockwork conservatory. The very thought sends a shiver of delightful orderliness through me. One hopes they keep the gears well oiled. For resolving such a mechanical mishap, I suggest Bro Sprocket's stabilizer, which can temporarily mend broken machinery, most useful for preventing further chaos. Perhaps also Lady Cogsworth's compassion, allowing them to briefly calm agitated automatons. A truly civilized solution. Finally, they could receive a bottle of Lord Tick-Tock's tonic, a fizzy beverage that grants temporary bursts of mechanical precision.
Buzz Zest. A clockwork conservatory sounds like a hive of activity, Buzz. I hope the gears are properly lubricated. To reward their efforts, they should receive the Gjargrinder's Gauntlet, allowing them to manipulate machinery with
That
ease
sounds a little
and
too
precision.
powerful.
Another excellent prize would be the Bloom's Echo, a miniature orchid that replays sounds from the
Ooh.
past, perfect for uncovering secrets. Lastly, I propose hex walnut fragments, granting temporary boosts to crafting abilities. Just a truly nutty reward!
A clockwork conservatory, so many ticking sounds. It's quite overwhelming, really. Perhaps the players could receive the Gardener's Grace, which allows for temporary control over mechanical beings. A rather useful application of oils. I dream of gears and springs, you see, and believe they should also
So I think,
learn the orchid's lullaby, a chime that can temporarily halt robotic movement. It's all very rhythmic, you understand, and warrants a reward of Gary's goggles, offering X-ray vision to peer through machinery.
I don't think anything got censored. I don't think anything got censored. I don't see anything that got held back message-wise. So, let's go with Wrench Willow Sap, Mend's Broken Machinery, then we'll do Echo Bloom, replays a sound from the past. And Gearbox Goggles. X-ray goggles for machine. X-ray goggles to see through machine. Okay. Alright, alright. I can use some of those ideas. Our next scenario is the Whispering Woods. where an evil sprite has had his pixie minions steal the voices of the forest from a bunch of tree ents. One small wood spirit begs the players to get it back. And to do so, they have to defeat 3 pixie minions, each giving them a different challenge. What sort of rewards could the players get from this scenario? Everyone give 3 options. Okay, didn't quite hear correctly, but that's fine.
The Whispering Woods. Such a melancholy affair. I do hope those tree ants are properly comforted afterward. To acknowledge their bravery in retrieving the forest's voice, I propose Dame Echo's airing, granting them the ability to understand any language, including that of insects, naturally. Perhaps they would also appreciate Monsieur Murmur's melody, a charm which allows one to soothe agitated creatures with harmonious tones. Lastly, I suggest offering Lord Sylvan's refreshment, my signature Brambleberry Fizz, a most restorative concoction for weary travelers.
We'll do the acorn earring. Once per day ability to talk to a plant. Okay. It seems my prompt did not come through correctly. The voices of the forest are the voices of living tree creatures, not ants. Anyway, that's corrected. Now give ideas.
Buzz, the Whispering Woods, you say? A most unfortunate silencing, Buzzazes. To restore harmony, the players deserve the verdant amplifier, boosting their connection with nature and allowing them to communicate with plants, a truly root-iful reward. They should also receive Sprite's shadow cloak, granting temporary invisibility amongst foliage. Lastly, I propose Song Seed Satchel, containing seeds that bloom into musical instruments when planted zealous. A harmonious bounty indeed!
Okay. I think I'll use the cloak. That seems usable. And nap time.
The Whispering Woods. Such quiet, it's rather unsettling for someone like me. Perhaps the players could receive the root's resonance, allowing them to briefly mimic the voices of forest creatures. A most curious ability indeed. It would be quite poetic if they also earned the sprite's sigh, a small vial containing captured echoes of laughter and joy, perfect for lifting spirits. And lastly, Lumen Bloom, which emits pulses of light that reveal hidden pathways, all in proper time, you see!
I don't have any hidden pathways, so I don't think I can use that last one. Okay, okay. Alright. Understand those ideas. Next scenario is the Gilded Aviary. Sorry. The next scenario is the Gilded Aviary. Hopper, the amphibian inventor, has gone missing after his new invention, the Mockingjay Mocker, caught the attention of evil inventors who want to weaponize the bird song of the local Omnicrow. I should say this takes place in a grand manor full of exotic birds and inventors. So what sort of reward might the players receive for resolving this scenario? Present 3 options, each of you.
A gilded aviary. The sheer opulence must be quite dazzling. I do hope everything is properly dusted. For rescuing Hopper and safeguarding the Omni-Crow's song, I suggest Lady Lyra's locket, which allows the wearer to perfectly mimic any sound, a most useful skill amongst inventors. Perhaps they would also appreciate Monsieur Melody's manual, detailing the principles of sonic engineering, for future inventions of course. Lastly, a bottle of Lord Aviary's ambrosia, my finest blend of tropical fruits and sparkling nectar, is in order.
Buzzist, a gilded aviary. Buzzes? Sounds like a magnificent hive for inventors. To acknowledge their efforts, the players deserve the Mockingjay's mimicry, granting them temporary shape-shifting abilities.
Too powerful.
A truly transformative reward.
No to that
Another
one.
worthy prize would be Hopper's hydro gloves, allowing them to manipulate water with precision. Zust, a splash of ingenuity. Lastly,
I don't see what that
propose
one has to do with...
chorus crystals, amplifying musical talent and revealing hidden harmonies.
I don't see what that middle one has to do with anything. So, let's do the Lyrebird Locket, which is a derivative of the Mockingjay Mocker. Can reproduce any sound. I don't want to do shapeshifting, so...
A gilded aviary, so many bright colors. It's quite a dizzying sight. Perhaps the players could receive the inventor's intuition, which grants flashes of inspiration when examining mechanical devices. A most useful nudge. I dream of gears and melodies, you see, and believe they should also earn featherlight footsteps, allowing them to move silently across any surface. A reward of harmonic lens, revealing hidden sonic patterns in the environment seems quite fitting too.
Let's do Featherlight Footsteps. That works. Or the Lightfoot Feather. Move quickly and silently. Alright. Okay, we can use those. The next scenario is the Sunken Library of Sand, a grand library swallowed up by a desert. The characters are forced to take refuge when a magical sandstorm kicks up around the sunken library. Inside, a traveling storyteller asks the players to retrieve a lost verse from an ancient poem that dispels the sandstorm. The tomes of the library are guarded by floating jellyfish for some reason. And they are also guarded by the ghost of the librarian, who does not let anyone check out a book unless they have a valid library card. What rewards might the players get for resolving this scenario? Each of you give 3 options.
The Sunken Library of Sand. Such a fascinating blend of dryness and dampness. I do hope it's been properly dehumidified. To acknowledge their efforts in the storm and appeasing the librarian, I suggest Dame Scriptor's Quill, granting the ability to write temporary enchantments upon any surface, most useful for marking important passages. Perhaps they would also appreciate Monsieur Lawkeeper's Lantern, illuminating hidden inscriptions and revealing forgotten knowledge. Lastly, a bottle of Lord Sandsweep's refreshment, my specially crafted date, and ginger cordial is quite fitting.
Alright, everybody gets 1 message.
Buzzazest! A sunken library of sand. Bezothers. A most peculiar place for a hive. To reward their efforts in calming the storm, they should receive the jellyfish's glowstone, providing illumination and revealing hidden passages, quite illuminating indeed. Another worthy prize would be Librarian's Lucid Dream, allowing glimpses into the library's past. Zazast, a true treasure trove of knowledge. Lastly, I propose Verse Weaver's Loom, creating temporary protective shields from sandstorms.
The sunken library. Such an odd juxtaposition. It's quite perplexing. Perhaps the players could receive sandstone scrying, allowing them to glimpse events that occurred within the library. A most curious view indeed. It would be rather fitting if they also earned ghostly guidance, granting brief assistance from the librarian's spectral form, and lastly, ephemeral ink, which allows for writing messages on sand that only appear during a storm.
Okay, I'm going to say the only possible loot for this is a library card, which will allow you to summon the ghost of the librarian and ask a question which you get answered for. That seems fair. That seems fine to me. Alright, I've decided not to use any of those options, and instead the only possible prize is a library card, which will allow a player to summon the ghostly librarian and ask a question and receive an answer. So, for our next scenario, we are at our third tier of scenarios, so keep that in mind for loot generation. Tier 3 of 6. Our next scenario is Snail Mail Trail, where the players are riding along with a postal caravan pulled by giant snails. They have to fight off goblins who want to steal mail, because that is a federal crime, and goblins love doing crime. What rewards might the players get for resolving this scenario? Each of you provide 3 options.
A snail mail trail, such a leisurely pace, one hopes the letters arrive in good order. Given the seriousness of protecting federal correspondence from those mischievous goblins, I suggest Dame Post's dispatch, allowing temporary bursts of incredible speed, essential for catching up to errant snails. Perhaps they would also appreciate Monsieur Courier's compass, guiding them unerringly towards any destination, no matter how remote. Lastly, a bottle of Lord Parcel's punch, my invigorating blend of citrus and spices, is quite appropriate.
A snail mail trail, such a slow journey, it's rather tiring, truthfully. Perhaps the players could receive the goblin's grumble, granting them the ability to briefly confuse goblins with nonsensical chatter. A most amusing distraction. I dream of rhythmic deliveries, you see, and believe they should also earn snail shell armor, providing surprising protection against minor attacks. And lastly, stamp of swiftness, which temporarily increases movement speed, all in proper time!
Buzz zest a snail mail trail bazays a slow but steady delivery route. To reward their protection of the federal mail, I propose the snail's shell song, allowing them to communicate with gastropods and gain valuable information. They should also receive Goblin Grabber's gloves, enabling swift capture of mischievous foes zust. A sticky situation solved. Lastly, I suggest Postal Pigeon Pack, summoning spectral pigeons for aerial reconnaissance and rapid message delivery.
Let's do... What did you miss? You missed a couple of suggestions, I think. We're currently talking about, Snail Mail Trail. Up hereabouts. Let's do, Yeah. Perhaps they can. Alright. I've come up with my own ideas based on what you've suggested. Up next, for our next scenario, we have the Crystal Caves of Echoing Dreams, where reflections become tangible illusions. An explorer has become lost within these caves, and the walls have started manifesting his nightmares. What rewards might the players get from successfully helping the explorer escape the caverns? Everyone give 3 options.
crystal caves of echoing dreams. Such a precarious place. One hopes their reflections behave themselves. To reward their bravery in confronting tangible nightmares, I suggest Lady Mirage's mirror, allowing the user to briefly alter perceptions, most useful for disorienting foes. Perhaps they would also appreciate Monsieur Somnium's sketchbook, enabling them to capture and analyze dream fragments, a fascinating study indeed. Lastly, a bottle of Lord Revery's refreshment, my soothing lavender, and moonpetal cordial is quite fitting.
Buzz-zest, crystal caves of echoing dreams. Buzz, a hive full of shimmering reflections. To aid in escaping the nightmare manifestations, I suggest the Dreamweaver's Shroud, allowing temporary immunity to illusions, a truly restful defense. They should also receive Echo's Resonance Orb, revealing hidden pathways through sonic vibrations. Zest. Lastly, I propose Nightmare Neutralizer, a small charm that converts fear into positive energy!
The crystal caves, so many reflections, it's quite dizzying, truthfully. Perhaps the players could receive Dreamwalker's compass, guiding them through illusory landscapes. A most curious direction indeed. It would be rather fitting if they also earned Reflection's Whisper, granting brief glimpses into the explorer's memories. And lastly, Illusionary Ink, which allows for temporary alteration of reflections to all in proper time.
You know what? I think I'll do a Mirage Fragment to create a medium-sized illusion, Distilled Nightmare that might stun an enemy, and Skeptical Spectacles that let you see through illusions. That works for me. Alright. I have my ideas for that. Our next scenario is the Skylift Express. A flying train suspended by enchanted rails that the players are riding across a vast canyon. During the train ride, bandits attack, and the players have to fight them off. What kind of rewards might the players get? Everyone give 3 examples.
The Skylift Express. Such a thrilling journey. I do hope everything is securely fastened. To acknowledge their bravery in repelling those bandits upon the flying train, I suggest Dame Rail's Resilience, granting temporary increased stability, most useful for preventing falls. Perhaps they would also appreciate Monsieur Skyway's Sextant, allowing them to accurately chart courses and predict weather patterns. A truly practical tool. Lastly, a bottle of Lord Arian's ambrosia, my invigorating blend of cloudberry and star anise is quite appropriate.
Buzz Zest, the Skylift Express, be yours, a soaring hive across a vast expanse. To reward their defense against those aerial bandits, I proposed the Rail Rider's grappling hook, allowing
Ooh.
quick traversal between carriages, quite a handy tool. They should also receive Bandit's bounty bag, containing random loot stolen from the attacker's list. Lastly, I suggest Skanker Charm, temporarily stabilizing the train against sudden turbulence.
I like the grappling hook. The bag, maybe.
The Skylift Express. Such a precarious journey, one hopes for steady rails. Perhaps they could receive Wind Rider's whistle, allowing brief bursts of upward momentum. A most pleasant lift indeed. I dream of rhythmic travel, you see, and believe they should also earn Railguard's shield, deflecting projectiles with surprising force. And lastly, Canyon Echo Lens, revealing hidden passages along the canyon walls, all in proper time.
You know what? We will do the bounty bag. It's got miscellaneous tools inside. Conductor's lantern that shows hidden trap or treasures. We've already had something like that. I think, haven't we? We've got one that points to treasure. Actually, yeah, we'll do that instead of the boost jump. Yeah, we'll do, Conductor's Lantern. Reveal traps or treasures in the room. Alright. I have my ideas. Time for the next scenario. The next scenario takes place in the Serpent's Rapids, a waterway of shifting currents, where the party is harassed by water spirits as they ford the rapids. What loot might the characters receive, be it from the water spirits or the captain of the boat they are on, for resolving this scenario? Everyone give 3 examples.
The Serpent's Rapids. Such a turbulent waterway, one hopes their vessel remains afloat. To acknowledge their efforts in appeasing the mischievous water spirits, I propose Lady Ripple's rhythm, granting temporary control over minor currents most helpful for navigating tricky passages. Perhaps they would also appreciate Monsieur Torrent's tuning fork, allowing them to communicate with aquatic creatures, a truly harmonious gift. Lastly, a bottle of Lord Aquilan's nectar, my refreshing blend of rivermint and moonpetal, is quite fitting.
Buzz! Zast! The Serpent's Rapids. Buzz! A swirling hive of watery chaos. To reward their dealings with the water spirits, I suggest
Whoa there,
the
bees.
spirit's
What's up
shimmering
with you,
scale,
bees?
granting temporary resistance to aquatic hazards. They should also receive Captain's Compass Rose, revealing hidden routes and safe havens along the rapids. Zat. Lastly, I propose Ripple Rider's Boots, allowing brief bursts of speed underwater.
The Serpent's Rapids, such a swirling chaos. One hopes for calm waters soon enough. Perhaps the players could receive Water Spirit's Lullaby, briefly calming nearby spirits. A most peaceful tune indeed. It would be quite fitting if they also earned Current's Clarity Charm, revealing hidden dangers beneath the surface. And lastly, Riverstone Resonator, amplifying sounds within the water, all in proper time.
Traveler's Flaccid Purification. Purify water or other liquids of toxins. That could work. Yeah. And then... The compass? What was it? Reveals hidden routes and safe roads. We already have a compass on here. You know what? I guess if they already have the compass and they end up here, I'll offer them just fewer choices. Okay. Alright. Now we're going to move up to Tier 4 out of 6 scenarios. So, our first Tier 4 scenario is the Chronometer Carnival. A carnival where time flows in strange ways, and the clowns and other circus folk are strange also. When the players enter the carnival, the strong man will ask them for help. The ringmaster is unstuck in time. His lost top hat has been stolen by Zonko the Clown. And the players must win midway games to get it back. What reward might the players get for resolving this scenario? Give 3 examples each.
The Chronometer Carnival. Such an unusual gathering, one hopes not to lose track of time entirely. To acknowledge their efforts in restoring the ringmaster's temporal stability, I suggest Dame Tempo's pocket watch, allowing brief manipulation of localized time, most useful for escaping awkward situations. Perhaps they would also appreciate Monsieur Kronos' spectacles, granting glimpses into potential future outcomes, a truly insightful tool. Lastly, a bottle of Lord Flux's fizz, my stimulating blend of chronoberry and paradox spice is quite appropriate.
Chronoberry. Interesting. I like the pocket watch idea so far.
Buzz Zast, the Chronometer Carnival Bazzers, a chaotic hive where time itself dances. To reward their efforts in retrieving the ringmaster's hat, I propose the clown's confusion powder, briefly disorienting foes with temporal distortions. They should also receive Midway Master's token, granting advantage on future skill checks involving games of chance zest. Lastly, I suggest Temporal Echo Amulet, allowing a brief replay of the last few seconds.
Okay.
The Chronometer Carnival such a perplexing place. One hopes not to age too rapidly. Perhaps they could receive Ringmaster's recall, briefly restoring forgotten memories. A most valuable recollection indeed. It would be quite fitting if they also earned Jester's Jolt, allowing brief bursts of accelerated movement. And lastly, Paradoxical Pocket, containing an item that changes with each use, all in proper time.
Interesting. Interesting idea there. Paradox Pocket. We'll call that the mystery box. No, I think the ones I'm going to have for this are the Double Time Watch, which allow you to perform an action twice at the same time, Clown Powder to confuse an enemy, and the Mystery Box, which has a random effect every time. Okay. Interesting ideas. Our next scenario is the Floating Market of Aethelgard. A bunch of small floating islands all connected by enchanted bridges. A local market salesman is accusing a sky sailor of stealing the songstone that keeps the island afloat. All the different competing merchants on all the different islands give conflicting testimony on what happens. For this scenario, the players will have an option of one item from each market stall. So I need one option that is combat related, one option that is restorative or power-up related, and one option that is movement related.
The floating market of Eifelgard. Such an enchanting place, one hopes the bridges remain steadfast. For those inclined towards conflict, I suggest Baron Bolt's Sling, a miniature catapult launching enchanted fruit. Most
Okay.
effective for distracting opponents. To replenish vitality and strength, Lady Bloom's Bomb is quite restorative, rapidly mending minor injuries. Lastly, for swift traversal amongst the islands, Monsieur Zephyr's feather-light boots provide brief bursts of upward lift.
Buzz suggest the floating market vises a bustling hive amidst the clouds. For combat, I propose Sky Serpent Scale, a shard that conjures brief illusions to confuse foes. To
Already
restore
have that.
vigor, they could acquire Sun Petal Potion, rapidly mending wounds and bolstering Resolve Zezist. Lastly, I suggest Cloud Skipper's Goggles, allowing short bursts of controlled descent.
Okay.
The floating market of Eiffelgerd. Such a buoyant place. One hopes not to plummet below. Perhaps they could find Gryphon's grit, a handful of enchanted sand that briefly hardens into a shield. A most sturdy defense indeed. It would be quite fitting if they also acquired Whisperwind Elixir, gently mending ailments and easing fatigue. And lastly, Ferial Anklets, granting the ability to momentarily cling to clouds, all in proper time.
Hmm. All right. Okay. All right. I've got my ideas from that. Our next scenario is the Sunken Observatory of Stars. It is an undersea observatory where squid people and octopus people etch star charts onto giant seashells. When the players arrive, the squid people and the octopus people are in the middle of a disagreement that is threatening to lead to violence. What rewards might the players get from this scenario? Each of you give 3 options.
The sunken observatory. Such a tranquil depth, one hopes for peace amongst the cephalopod scholars. To aid in understanding their celestial disagreements, I suggest Oracle's inkwell, revealed and hidden meanings within star charts most enlightening. Perhaps they would also appreciate Lord Neptune's resonator, amplifying underwater communication, a truly useful tool. Lastly, a vial of Siren Serenity syrup, my calming concoction of deep sea kelp and moon petal is quite appropriate.
Buzzust, the sunken observatory, a silent hive beneath the waves. To mediate their squabbles, I propose echoing conch shell, allowing players to perfectly mimic sounds. Zuzz. They could also receive Abyssal Bloom, a glowing flower that illuminates hidden pathways and reveals
We have too many of
illusions.
those.
Lastly, I suggest Tidal Tether, briefly connecting the player to nearby currents for rapid movement.
The sunken observatory. Such a watery place. One hopes not to become entangled in kelp. Perhaps they could acquire Star Weaver's lens, allowing glimpses of distant
Okay, we'll do...
constellations. A most celestial perspective indeed. It would be quite fitting if they also received deep sea dirge, briefly calming agitated creatures with mournful melodies. And lastly, chronometer coral that displays the current phase of the moon, all in proper time.
We'll do, Prophetic Shell. A prophetic shell that lets you automatically succeed on one action. We'll do the ink skimmer boots. To let you move faster and leave a trail of sticky ink behind you. And then... let's do... A tentamissile launcher. Which is 3 attacks. The tentamissile launcher lets you make 3 attacks at any range, distributed amongst any number of targets you like. Up to 3 targets, I guess. I don't think translator glasses are going to be all that useful, if I'm honest. Okay, I have my ideas for that. Our next scenario is the start of our Tier 5 scenarios. Tier 5 out of 6. We gotta start ramping up the power for these. Our next scenario takes place at Star Shatter Forge, an enchanted workshop on top of a volcano. Volkov the Starsmith has become corrupted by evil and is attempting to forge a hammer that can destroy stars. His apprentice, Steve, is trying to stop him, and the magic of the Starforge is resisting Volkov's evil. What rewards could the players get from resolving this scenario? Give 3 examples.
The Star Shatter Forge, such a fiery locale, one hopes for minimal suit upon my chassis. For those confronting Volkov's dark power, I propose Stardust Shard, granting temporary resistance to destructive magic, most essential. To harness the Forge's resisting energy, they could receive Steve's Sparking Gauntlets, channeling raw magical force, a delightful tool indeed. Lastly, I would recommend Lord Ignis's Ember Draught, bolstering resilience against extreme heat and enhancing physical strength.
Buzz, Zaz, Star Shatterforge, Bez, a heated hive of creation. To combat Volkov's corruption, I suggest Celestial Compass guiding the user towards sources of pure starlight. Zez,
I think they don't understand what resolve means.
Granting temporary immunity to fire damage and increased stamina. Lastly, I propose Forge Bound Boots, allowing short bursts of superheated movement.
The Star Shatter Forge, such a volatile place. One hopes the tremors do not dislodge my gears. Perhaps they could obtain Ethereum Anvil, allowing temporary manipulation of raw magical energies. Most impressive indeed. It would be quite fitting if they also received Volkov's lost notes, revealing weaknesses in his corrupted techniques. And lastly, Astral Resonance Stone, amplifying the user's connection to celestial power, all in proper time.
Okay, so We'll do Stardust Shield, immunity to one attack, automatic. We'll do... We'll do Meteor Magnet. For a big attack on one target. We'll do the, Mage Forge Gauntlets. Manipulate magic. Manipulate one magic directly. Okay. Alright. Not sure about those. Next is the Mechanical Menagerie. A grand estate housing clockwork versions of animals and fantastical creatures. Their creator has gone mad and plans to unleash them upon the unsuspecting world. The players must stop him by moving through his mansion to his clockwork control center to stop the clockwork animals. What rewards could the players receive from successfully thwarting the clockwork inventor? Give 3 examples.
The Mechanical Menagerie. Such a curious collection. One hopes for minimal oil stains upon my finish. To navigate the complex estate, I suggest Jargon goggles, revealing hidden pathways and mechanisms, most practical indeed. Perhaps they would also appreciate Monsieur Automaton's tuning fork, disrupting clockwork movements with resonant frequencies. Lastly, I propose a vial of Lord Sprocket's lubricant, enhancing agility and reducing friction. A delightful restorative.
Okay.
Possessed the mechanical menagerie business. A whirring hive of gears and springs. To disable the clockwork beasts, I propose rhythm regulator, allowing players to temporarily control their movements. Diseased. They could also receive Inventor's Blueprint, revealing schematics for creating minor mechanical gadgets. Lastly, I suggest Spring, loaded boots, granting bursts of surprising speed and verticality.
I think I'll do Clockwork Wings. For limited flight. Well, this is the last thing before they reach the boss. There's not actually anything else. There's not going to be any locked anythings left.
The mechanical menagerie. Such a precise place. One hopes the mechanisms do not interfere with my own. Perhaps they could acquire clockwork compass, guiding them through the estate's intricate pathways. Most helpful indeed. It would be quite fitting if they also received Automaton's echo, briefly mimicking sounds to distract mechanical creatures. And lastly, Harmonic Wrench, that can temporarily adjust the speed of moving parts all in proper time.
Okay, I think for these ones I'll have either... Ooh, Medallion of Second Life would be good for a pre-boss loot chest. Alright, agents. You've given me many ideas. There is one scenario left. The boss battle scenario. The player characters go to Boss Battle Peak, where they fight the end boss in an arena. You do not know what the end boss is. But before they fight the boss, there are 3 chests, and the players get to open one of them and take the item inside. So, I need each of you to give me 3 examples of a powerful item that they might find in those chests.
Boss Battle Peak. Such an imposing summit, one hopes for minimal atmospheric interference. For the final confrontation, I suggest Sir Zenith's Aegis, a shield deflecting all magical attacks. Most reassuring indeed. Perhaps they might also find Lady Astra's locket, granting brief glimpses into the boss's intentions, quite insightful. Lastly, I propose Lord Kronos' Hourglass. Briefly slowing time during critical moments, a most advantageous tool.
Okay.
Buzzest, Boss Battle Peak, Biaz. A formidable hive of finality! To aid in the ultimate struggle, I propose Resonance Gauntlets, amplifying all forms of energy attacks, Ziest. They might also uncover the Oracle's visage, revealing a single weakness in the boss's defenses. Lastly, I suggest Hive Mind Amplifier, briefly linking the player to nearby allies for coordinated strikes.
Interesting.
Boss Battle Peak, such a precipitous location. One hopes my gears remain properly aligned. Perhaps they could discover the Weaver's Shroud, momentarily shifting the battlefield. Most unexpected indeed. Wrath, it would be quite fitting if they also received Dreamcatcher's lantern, revealing hidden patterns within an enemy's attacks, all in proper time. And lastly, Celestial Tuning Fork, harmonizing one's actions with cosmic forces for a burst of power.
I think we've got the life medallion to return to 3 hearts if downed. The Oracle's Eye to reveal the boss's weakness. And then we'll do... Let's do... Helmet of Teamwork. Or Teamwork Hat. To grant a boost while you're within range of your allies. What's that range? I don't know. I'll decide during. Alright, well, that takes us to 7 minutes past 11 p.m. Local time. So, I think now is actually a good place to stop. I've got all the bits built, essentially. So, all that's left to do is to actually run them through the scenes. Which I will do... sometime. I don't know. It could be on Monday. It could be. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be it for today. It has been a bit of a long stream, hasn't it? 6 hours instead of the usual, like, 4 or 5. We also started a bit... a smidge late? Kind of. Not really, actually. So, kind of. Kind of. Anyways, yeah, that's gonna do it for this. I'll be back on Monday, and I might actually run through this on Monday. I might play a video game instead. I'm gonna be honest. I might play a video game instead. Still, I hope everyone enjoyed. Also, okay, agents. That concludes our brainstorming session. I think this was a productive time. Now, before we leave, I want each of you to give a farewell message to the viewers at home. You know, I need to reinstall Minecraft. This is a new computer. I didn't put Minecraft on it.
It has been most agreeable assisting in these planning endeavors. One hopes the players find great success. Remember, a clean workspace promotes clear thinking. Zest. Should
Don't
you
start
require
buzzing.
refreshment during your own adventures, I am always prepared to dispense Monsieur Dubois' sparkling cider. Farewell, and may your quests be filled with delightful discoveries.
Gosh, I hope the tower's not gone. I might have... Oh, if I'm reinstalling Minecraft, yeah, I might have to start a new world. Yikes. All that gravel. That stinks. That stonks. That stunks.
Buzz, zest! It has been a most stimulating discussion. Bez, may your adventures be swarming with excitement and sticky with success! Remember to always check your gears before embarking on any grand quest, Zezust. Farewell, and may you find honeyed paths ahead!
It has been adequately diverting, assisting in these preparations. One hopes the players appreciate my contributions. Remember that a well-oiled mind can solve any puzzle, all in proper time. Should you require assistance with temporal calculations, I am always at your service to keep things running smoothly. Farewell, and may your adventures be as rhythmic as my pendulum.
And with that, we're gonna end the stream. Hope everyone enjoyed. I'll be back on Monday. And I might be doing this. Maybe. Maybe not. We really don't know. Okay. That'll be it. Bye.